Hello, the red planet. So yeah, we are now on the 5090 chat. As you can see in the top left, we're at 500 FPS now. It's a little cranked up. Dude, oh my god, you know what I really want to do? Hold on. I'm gonna go download the game. I need to download BioShock Infinite just to see what the game I want to see what BioShock Infinite runs at. I'm probably going to be limited by the CPU, I reckon. So like the thing is, chat, in BioShock Infinite, once your FPS hits like a certain level, you can actually just fly in the game, I'm pretty sure. So like it's just a matter of time before you can fly in BioShock Infinite. It's eventually it will happen. Pay to win, yep. The absolute pay to win game. Does the game sound okay? Yeah, I feel like it might be a little too loud. Wait, what the?
Security clearance required.
Bonk. Oh.
Access denied.
What?
Attack warning red.
Ruh-roh. They're gonna...
All personnel, please evacuate the facility.
This base is under attack. Scramble the air units. All hands to battle stations.
It must be after the Creed. Hull breach. Damage on multiple levels.
Should spill some milk? Okay, yeah, very funny. Have you guys in chat been enjoying the game so far?
Portal opening above the command station. Something massive is coming through.
Something massive? Oh boy.
Prepare the Slayer's Dragon.
Shit, we missed a paintbrush, guys. Oh, wait, did we? Actually? It's right here. Wait, what gun was that for? Ooh. Oh, that looks pretty sick. Oh yeah, that's like the master one that we unlocked. The frickin' golden gun. Hell yeah. That's sick. Like the song. There's a yellow key up there. I guess we gotta go down. Honestly, the shield has like pretty big AoE. Oh, hold on. I need to start my YouTube stream. Surprisingly, nobody has asked. Normally, somebody always asks. Where's the YouTube stream? Did I beat the game once already? No. All right. The YouTube stream is live. Jesus. That was terrible. Whatever. I need to get back in like the... Oh, Jesus. I need to get back in like the swing of things, man. Alright, so there's a yellow key card here. Get through. What the? Doggo? Oh shit. That's not good. Love bonking with the mace. It's so satisfying. Oh shoot. We can get a... Yeah, let's get the rocket upgrade. Kill yourself with the cannibalism upgrade from close range blast of the rocket. Okay. So we parry. Basically, we can parry and then just fucking spam the rockets like in our face. And it actually heals us. So, pretty cool.
Communications are jammed. We can't reach Valen or Novik. Keep trying.
Still can't get in there. I'm enjoying the game a lot, yeah. Feels good to play in another Doom game. It's been a while. Whoa. Yeah, you can toggle the old school HUD in the settings. Whoa.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Oh no. Is this the crashing stuff you guys were talking about? Wait, what the? Yeah, the Doom guy's still moving around. I didn't have any crashes with my 4090. I'm on a 5090 now, though. I had frame gen on yesterday. I don't know. That was weird. It happened like... It happened right when I... It was right when I got the upgrade. It was like the message was gonna pop up. I don't think I alt-tabbed there, but maybe I did. Alright, so... I mean, the game auto-saves, right? We're a little far back. It's not very. Too much speed.
Communications are jammed. We can't... reach Valen or Novik.
It's a lot of daggers. Hmm. Why
Keep
not?
trying.
Well, I guess we were gonna get the new gun, so maybe I could have waited to spend my money on that. It's okay though. Whatever. No big deal. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. This is so weird. Why do you think this is happening? Maybe if I just give it a minute, it'll fix itself. I could try to change the settings, yeah. Wait, what the? Okay. What is that? What is going on? That was really strange. I don't know. That's really weird. I don't know what just happened. Wait, so what does this gun do? This is a new... So we have the okay, we got the Ravager. Into a tight spread, ramping up fire rate over time. Why not? I'll use my life sigil, I don't care. I want this guy to fucking carry me, man. Dude, there's so many enemies here, holy crap. Jesus. It's like every time there's some like elite attacking me from behind. You need to constantly just be on like the lookout. So, you know what? It's funny enough, Sequisha, there is a setting actually that I was kind of curious about. Hold on, I'm gonna turn it on just to see. The game actually has something to tell where you're getting attacked from. Also, thank you for the 74 months, man. Hope you've been enjoying the game. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have. I don't know if I should have alt-tabbed. That's fine. All right. How do I... Where is it? Let me actually pay attention. Have you finished the game already? I know you do some like crazy long streams, so I wouldn't be surprised if you finished it already. Yeah, it's the threat detector, but am I... Oh, here we go. I don't know. It's probably gonna get like, there's gonna be like so many attacks that it's probably gonna look kind of scuffed. But I'm kind of just curious what it's like. I feel like it just might be a little, like get a little overwhelming. Oh my god. You got to about where you're at. Gotcha. Come on, shoot someone at me, buddy. Dude, I hate these spiders, man. God. What am I doing? Need to use my shield charge more, man. Alright. That was a bit better. I'm getting warmed up a little bit. Wait a sec, is there any loot here? We still need the key. Purple key.
They're blocking our flight decks.
Oh, right. Strike a battle knight with melee attack.
We have a player in the air.
Okay.
Station-
Let me check the codex. What's a battle knight? It doesn't even say. Maybe I don't have the codex for it
Won't
yet.
last much longer.
The Hell Knights? Why would the name be different though? It's kind of weird, man.
We can't stay here.
Oh, we're just back here. Okay. Oh, this path is open now, though. I see. Wait a sec. Where the hell am I? There's a yellow card there and a purple card the other way. Is there... Alright, I don't know. I can't get in here right now, can I? It's a hole in the wall. Oh. Oh, okay. There's an elevator. Should have zoomed out. Yo, SA Sniper, thank you for the 70 months. Yeah, I'm on the 4X frame gen. I have like an Nvidia sponsor in like an hour. They sent me a 5090 to play Doom on with, and they wanted me to put on the frame gen and DLSS and stuff, so we're playing at 400 FPS right now. It's a little overkill, I think. Is the game even good? No, it's terrible, man. That's why everyone's playing it. I mean... Well, that's not what I want. Wait, can I just... What the... Oh. I don't know if I was supposed to do that. I'll be fine. How many of these guys are there? That was kind of sketch. Oh.
Oh, nice.
Sick. That was a purple door? Yeah, purple door. Why they chose the Cuphead parry mechanic of only certain attacks? Well, yeah, I mean, you can block everything, though. Like, the shield still works against every type of attack, but so it'll get put on, like, cooldown. I mean, he's not wrong. Cuphead does have, you know, it's kind of how it works in Cuphead. All these enemies making me excited for DS2 2X again. Yeah, that 2X is freaking crazy. I like this weird chain ball gun thing. It's good for single target, I think. For groups, it's not very good though. Unless they're really stacked up. Oh, nice. It's a Cuphead-like, yeah. Right, I need to make sure to finish this challenge. Oh, is this a combat room? Why is it? Oh, what the? Dude! What the hell? Get mauled. The ball gun kinda shredded there. I think the weapons in this are pretty, like, they're all pretty fun to use. Okay, wait, we need to go down that. This goes back. Yeah, this is fine. All right. Auto turret. When activated, a shoulder-mounted auto turret is summoned to fire at your enemies. Okay. That's cool. It feels like I upgrade the previous one, then it's like, here, let me auto-equip let me auto-equip this new one for you. Oh, okay, this is the guy. Jesus. Jesus. Sometimes you just get so shredded. I wish that you kept the speed buff in this weapon, like... Oh, okay. If you switch to like another weapon, I got way too close there. Speed up the game, yeah. Dude, the damage indicator literally just flashed, like, every single direction was lit up there. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, like a 10% speed increase would like not be that noticeable, I think. That'd be fine. Alright, we need to go back. Oh, it's the fat guy. I feel like there was... Maybe not. Oh, it looks like we got everything. Alright. Thought there was another purple door. Don't like the hit marker edition. I'm not sure what you mean. If you mean like the indicator showing where damage is coming from, I turned that on just because I was curious. You know what? I think having it on for just parryable attacks is decent. For everything, though, is like too much. Oh, nice. All right, 100%. Sick. Dude, this level is gonna be like 30 seconds long in the speedrun. I'm pretty sure you just clip through the door and just go to the end of the level. Well, assuming it just lets you beat the level. Yeah, I mean the game feels slower because they didn't want it to be like insane speed like Doom Eternal. I like Doom Eternal a lot, but I don't know. I can respect that they want to like slow things down a bit, because Doom Eternal was, you know, you're like, if you want to play Doom Eternal efficiently, you are flying around and which granted can be fun and like it's cool to see, but you're constantly dodging and weapon swapping every like literally non-stop. Yeah, you can increase the speed. It doesn't feel, I don't know. It feels a little weird increasing the game speed, in my opinion. It's kind of like turning on cheat engine and just setting it to like, setting it faster, but I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back in a sec.
Oh, majestic!
Chat. Sorry, I was talking to Larksa. Larksa was borrowing my 40, or well, borrowing, she's using my 4090 now since I have the 5090. I was just talking to her for a little bit. Oh, is it dragon time?
We have to drive it back into that rift.
Energy readings are all wrong.
Oh, there's probably gonna be secret landing points.
The station apart. Take them out.
Yo, Coyote. Thank you for the 19 months.
Forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Shit. Jesus. Dude, I hate these fucking spiders. What am I doing? Oh my God. That was dumb. I shouldn't have went in, man. Trying to parry you on green. Oh, brilliant. That was such a stealth fight. Like club enemies doesn't do anything. shit. Wait, It doesn't seem like... I thought maybe there was like some collectibles there, but I don't think so. I think it was just like an arena fight. My god, let me catch up to you. I need your money. I'm just gonna get the challenge done here. Oh. My gun is so short. These guys. Two of them. Get them killing these guys. I thought you get money, but there's no money being tracked in this mission, so I don't... Maybe it... No, I have 400. Huh, that's so interesting. Maybe you can just like farm money on this mission or something. Oops. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's possible. I don't know. There's one more item that we're gonna get. I assume if I just go with the main story, it's gonna take me there. But maybe it's like a secret spot. I don't think so, though. I assume the other upgrade is gonna be where the demon portal is. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up. Shoot. Yeah, killing all these like pleb enemies doesn't affect the leader morale at all. Has to be like the big enemies. Okay. Yeah. That's my bad. This fight might actually take us a few attempts. Seems kind of tough. God, that's so loud. What in the world? First the big boys. Dude, oh my God, I can't. Kept pairing too early. What is that sound when I'm like loading? Why is that so low? I don't know what hit me. Here we go again. What is that? Why is it so loud? There we go. Down the sides. Oh yeah, one shot that guy. Do I have to kill more normal enemies? What? Please don't let me die during this. Oh wow, that... I need to use a different gun. Oh my god, dude. Who you? I don't know what hit me, man. That's not what I wanted. Who is left? Oh my Oh shit. Oh. Wait, really? Wait, what? I guess it's the other guy that gives the upgrade. Okay, I can't hit this guy with this weapon. Oh no. Oh no. How much damage does this thing do? It's not bad.
All hell gates closed.
Alright.
All tentacles have been cleared. Threat neutralized.
Is that the end of the mission? Nice. 100%. Huge. Labyrinth of the Demon King. I don't know. Somebody told me about that before, I think. Yeah, it might have been you. Am I speedrunning this? I don't know. I'm not sure. The camera's wet. Alright. Oh, this seems like there's a lot of secrets on this map.
The natives didn't know it was here. Hold your position.
Komodo champion. Dude, this thing's got some range on it. Oh shit. Dang it. It's kind of like a commit. Well, you kind of have to like commit though when you use this weapon a little bit. Like the attack's kind of slow. You can't parry right away after you do it. Yeah, wow, the range on this thing is actually kind of nuts. Like what the weapon had. Did you see that? I'm pretty sure the weapon. Like, I wasn't losing the charge when I was swinging for some reason, or when I was shooting. Kind of destroyed that guy with the frickin' with this thing. Not sure that was intended, but hey, you know, it worked.
Church wants the Creed and Thera safely returned, and they're willing to help. According to the Makers, inside this tomb is a deity that will lead you to their location. The Bishop's ministry has asked that the Slayer alone take this mission. They trust no one else. I cannot disobey the Church, but will be on alert.
Alright. There's nothing else marked on the map, so I assume it's fine.
Toilet bitch.
The entire structure was built just to keep this creature in stasis. We need to wake it up. Makers have given us directions.
Targets identified. Locking coordinates.
I thought there's always one of these fucking ships. Oh yeah, what about the challenges? Chase and destroy 2 Hellfighter ships? Well, I never saw a second one, so maybe I missed it? Or, I don't know. We'll see. There's probably more dragon stuff in the mission. That's my guess. Oops. Yeah, I like the chain and ball gun a lot. Alright, what are the challenges? Leader demons, damage demons with auto... Oh, okay. I need to equip the auto turret. I gotta say, I feel like secrets in this game are easier than, well, I can't remember exactly what the secrets were like in Eternal. In 2016, some of the secrets were actually like pretty fucking hard to find because they had the classic levels in 2016, which you had to find like the, what was it, like a hidden lever for? How do I get done? I don't know how you're supposed to get there. Actually, I have no idea. I don't get it. Unless, oh, wait, no, I think I do. Never mind. I think I have to go all the way back to the start. Never mind. Oops. Unless... I don't know, man. I don't get it. How do you fucking get there? I just want to get this ruby now. It's so fucking dark here though. Okay, hold on. We need to go... I'm so confused. What the fuck? I feel like... Can you jump that? What is this? Jeez. There's probably a way to just jump up here, to be honest. Instead of doing that. But I still... Oh. Why do I feel like that was also wrong? Hey, salad. Oh, whatever. We got it. It's fine. All is well. These like little 1 HP heals are so... It's like pitiful. Like, they do fucking, they do nothing, man. Oh, I didn't have the thing active. That doesn't heal that much. What the? Oh, we destroyed. I can't aim. Does this guy not do green attacks? I need some pleb enemies. Where are they? Oh, it starts firing super fast. Holy. Dang. I'm sad you can't B-hop anymore, or it's like nerfed. I really like B-hopping in Eternal. I need to parry more. I think there's like a delay. Other guy despawned. I think the difficulty's been alright. Definitely, I've still died a fair bit. Early, yeah.
You may now access the nearby stasis emitter.
I don't know, if you could parry like every move, it would probably just be a little too easy, I think. That's why they made it the way it is. Yeah, you can block normal projectiles. Mm-hmm. So some stuff only shows up on the map if you get like close enough. Wait, what about? I don't think I can get back up anymore. I don't think rocket works like that. It's like almost possible. I mean, hopefully I didn't miss anything. I do feel like there could be something under here now, though. I don't know if I went... I don't know if I looked there. I feel like I just dropped down. Or actually, I don't know. I think I did go in there, maybe. It's probably fine. Hopefully. What's up, Tricky?
Vital signs rising.
Oh. I gotta take this guy out. Get back here. Oh, there's another one. Oh, come on. Did I not get him? And that ship must have been so close to getting destroyed. It's annoying. Well, I don't know. I think you get like money when you shoot them. I don't know. The ships are kind of confusing to me. I don't know if they count towards like 100% though. The challenges do. shrine? That's awkward. I think I bugged it, guys. I think I have to reload. It thinks I'm in the arena. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to reload. Hello? Oh, I can't see my screen. Wait, what the? This is so weird. My screen is just black. You guys can see it. Dude, I don't know what to... I can't see the game. I think I have to restart. I don't know what's going on. What is going on? Wait, is my... What is actually happening? My drivers are updated. Or they should be. Hold on, let me double check. I mean, we're not sponsored right now. Not yet. Like the thing is, so the thing is, I mean, I installed... I installed the 5090 and I didn't install new drivers when I put the 5090 in. I assumed the 4090 drivers are also applicable for the 5090, but it does, I mean, I'm on the thing right now and it doesn't say that I have like an update or anything, so. Okay, well. Hold on, let me just see. Can you guys not hear the game? Oh, somehow it reset my audio. But you guys still... Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So yeah, we are actually partnered with NVIDIA Chat or GeForce to play Doom on a 5090 that they just sent me. Pretty sick. So we are yeah, we're on chapter 14. Yeah, you guys can type !GeForce in the chat, and you can click the link to see Doom the Dark Ages Premium Edition, which comes with select GeForce 50 series products. And so just to let you guys know, if you do have a 50 series card, you can come over to the video tab here. And so we are playing on quality with DLSS. That's the NVIDIA feature. And we have our frame gen set to 4x. So as you guys can see here, the FPS is pretty high in the game. We're at 350. Stop tracking our challenges. I'm just trying to get this challenge done, so I'm just... waiting to get these parries. Oh no. No, 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 no. Please. Don't want to die. Dude, we have so much money. We can get like so many upgrades. It's actually kind of crazy. Oh no. There's a big guy over here. Just oh, there's another. There's a shrine too. I'm gonna go this way first. I'm not gonna. I don't think we want to jump down. Yeah, no, we don't want to go that way. That's the point of no return. We have like 600. Oh, we're here. Yeah, the ball and chain is pretty sick. I wonder, I don't have a second weapon for the ball and chain. Like, this is the only one of its class, so I imagine we're gonna find a second one at some point. Man, these... I didn't even see that guy. Oh my god. Alright, well, that's okay. Explode when hitting a demon. It seems pretty nice. Sure, why not? I like this weapon. Cause explosive cosmic breach damage to demons with fully charged shots. Okay, yeah, that's easy. And fire even faster? Oh my god. I like the flail more than the fist, so... Oh, demons drop health when you hit them with the auto turret. That's actually pretty nice. Can barely see the Steam FPS counter. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You don't need to... I just put it up so you guys can see. You don't need to see it, though. Alright, is there anything else we missed here? Oh, actually, shoot. There is something I missed with the sponsor as well, so hold on, let me... Got to turn this on. Okay, it's okay, chat. It's okay. All right. Need to make sure you guys know that I'm on the 5090. Dude, so fast. Dude, the skull gun is sick. I'm a big fan. Hold on, let me... Let's move the overlay down so you guys can see the currency amounts. What PSU do you have? You know, I'm actually not... I can't say I remember what PSU I have. I think it's like 1,000 watts. Alright, I like the soundtrack. I feel like that thing does such good single target DPS once you have the fire rate going. Sure. Kinda scared there might be... It's possible there might be some money over here. Maybe. Yeah, it's super sick. Like, I've been thinking about getting a 50 series card, so being able to get one from a sponsor is very, very nice. It's the game is running really well. I really want to test. I was saying this before in my stream. I want to test BioShock Infinite, because like if your FPS is high enough in BioShock Infinite, you could just fly. It's like I want to see what FPS I get in BioShock now. It looks like there might actually be... What is that? Is that the enemy? Looks like there's a secret here. There's something here. Maybe later? Wait, now it's checked off. Oh, I'm so confused. Wait, it looks like... Wait a second, that's where I was before. We were here. Okay. Huh. I don't know, that's it's confusing. This has been a really long stage. I'm honestly kind of worried that we're not going to get 100% here. What happened to yesterday's video? Well, normally I unlist my videos on YouTube when after the stream is over, because otherwise the algorithm gets messed up. You can subscribe to my VODs channel on YouTube though. That's where all the videos will be posted. Heaven Splitter. Parried Hell Surge projectiles are converted into bolts of lightning. Ooh. Cool. Oh, it stuns enemies. Wow. Totally meant to do that. Perfect. I can actually swim here. Shoot. They're underwater fighting? No. They're Ruby. This is Doom Dark Ages. Why do you see the 90s Doom guy? It's an option in the settings. I was so... As I'll agree. Where's it gonna take? Is it gonna put me after I got the ruby? I'm being a little too aggressive here, I reckon. This ball thing has like insane range, actually. The balls are growing on me. They just seem, I don't know, like look at the range on this thing, dude. Crazy. I wonder what the other ball gun is gonna be. The stun on the Heavenly Splitter is like really good too. I think Heaven Splitter is probably the best one, it seems like. The Sister Fister. Oh, let me... Hold on, I'm gonna turn off my alerts. Let's turn off my alerts for the sponsored stream. I think that's probably a good idea. Which, speaking of, guys, if you click the link at the top of the chat, or you type !GeForce in the chat, you can get this game, Doom: The Dark Ages, along with select 50 series products. We are on a 5090 right now. I just installed it this morning. All right, well, there's 2 wraith stones on this level. I guess we're gonna get them in the next zone.
Release the creature. We're marking it on your map now.
Oh. Nice. Maybe I should have... it's fine, I think. Man, this has been a really long stage. Having to redo this level if I miss 100% is going to be kind of annoying. Because I don't know if you can choose, like, to start partway through the mission. Maybe you can? I'm actually not entirely sure. Wait a sec, what? This is where I need to go for the... Okay, hold on. I'm not sure if... I don't know if I'm going to be able to fight the leaders yet. It seems like they're going to spawn in later. Probably just need to go where the story is telling me to go. For now. And that's blocked off. Yeah, we just gotta go up. We going up. Was something supposed to happen there? Oh. Oh my god, this gun just shreds. It's so good! Oh man, I shouldn't have went in. Whatever. Oh, it's one of these guys. Oh my. Those skulls did so much damage. Wait a sec, we missed something anyways. Maybe it's for the best. Can't believe we almost missed our toy. What the? Oh, wait, now the statue's destroyed. That's so weird. And the ball and chain does. Dude, what is the ball and chain is. The other gun definitely killed this guy faster. Honestly, it seems like this gun has the highest DPS. What the heck is this thing called? The Ravager. It just starts, it starts shooting so fast. It's freaking crazy. Wait, what the? That was a strong crossbow. Oh, are we actually taking it? Oh my gosh. Okay. BFC. the BFC. Very limited ammo which can be found in the world to replenish your stock. Your shield is unavailable while you have the BFC equipped. Yeah, that's pretty strong. Oh my god, I missed? Oh wait, I think you have infinite oh wait, I don't know. Well, you get more ammo here anyways. Okay, it has 3 max.
What happens if this creature doesn't want to leave?
We have no choice.
How many hours in am I? Like 12? 11 or 12 hours, I think. We played like 10 hours yesterday, I think. 9 or 10 hours yesterday. God, dude. So scuffed. What the heck was that sound? Where do we want to go? No, there's no penalty for falling off the map, really. Wait, there's something down there as well. I really make that? Oh. Why is there so many melee weapons? I don't know if I should have used that yet. my god. Alright, that was fun. These invisible enemies are like my nemesis. This gun is so good. It's so good. Oh my god. Crazy. Wait. What is that? It's because I didn't kill that one guy. Yep. BFC arrow. They're at. Oh. Oh, that's my dragon. The Slayer's ultimate mount.
The final safety switch is ahead. Ready for release of Titan-class entity.
Once through the rift, you should pick up the Creed signal. When you find them, the Makers will guide you to an exit.
Thought in Eternal you could play Nightmare from the beginning. I don't know if it, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I can't remember that well. All right, so there should be, it released the old one. Man, so we, well, I hope there's more, because if not, we definitely missed some like secret stuff with the dragon, which I'm kind of thinking that's what we messed up on. Because there's 2 Wraith Stones we don't have. Dang. Yeah, we must have just missed some side areas. But it had to have been during the dragon part. Oh, this stage was so long though. I wonder, can we see like how long it took? I don't know if we can. Oh man. I don't know. Do I go back right now? I could like. The thing is, I have like no idea where these are.
Why would they hide this from us?
The makers didn't know it was here.
I can definitely come back later. Oh, I drain the water levels anyways. Just by killing enemies? Yeah, I still have it.
We found the control switch.
Yeah, I have a 5090 now,
The
oh.
Creed and Thera safely returned, and they're willing to help. According to the makers,
Yeah, this gun is so good.
a deity that will lead you to their location.
Alright, well that was definitely a lot faster than the first time.
Just to keep this.
Trust no one else. I cannot disobey the church.
Makers have given us directions.
We'll be on
Oh.
alert.
I think we were too
Targets
fast.
Identified. Locking coordinates.
So... I feel like there's secrets here. I think here is one. There's no like landing spot, is there? Maybe there is. Wait, this is here. Did I... Maybe I just missed it somehow. first area was where the boat was like the boat. That's where we landed. It looks like somewhere down here we missed stuff. I think. Gun was on cooldown. Where are these frickin' wraith stones, dude? I fought... destroyed this tree before. I'm pretty sure I did all this. Yeah, we did this fight before. That's not gonna give us anything. Dude, I've like barely been using this. I haven't used the super shotty in so long. It's fucking good too, but I don't know. There's so many good weapons. To be fair. am I not?
You may now access the nearby stasis emitter.
Yeah, we have frame gen on. We have 4x frame gen on, so I can show you guys the settings again. So yeah, we're sponsored by, we're a GeForce partner. And we got sent a 5090, and so I have quality DLSS on with 4x frame gen. I suppose I could probably turn up the sharpness too, but I'm just having it on the defaults. Our FPS is definitely quite high. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the game. This level though, I'm trying to go for 100% and I don't know, I can't there's some, I'm pretty sure there's secret areas with the dragon that I just missed. There's gotta be something. It's the one down there. Like, does anyone know? Is there a secret? Like, I don't really care if people backseat here if they actually know, but is there secret stuff on the dragon part? I feel like there has to be. It's just I don't. Gonna be too hard to explain. Oh wait, maybe here. Oh wait, no, I think I killed this guy before. Like later during the story or something. Oh, wait a second. Pause, champ. Wait a sec, you can just go... Huh? Now I'm even more confused. This is where one of this... No, we've already been here. Did I even try to do this? many enemies are there? Can I do it now? I mean, I don't even think I need to do this. I mean, I need to do it to beat the mission, but... This level is... I don't know how I feel about this level, at least when it comes to 100%ing. This is like... very, very confusing. There's a Doom building you can go through. What does that even mean? Aren't I just going backwards? Maybe not. Oh, I see money. The dragon stages are genuinely the hardest 100%. Because like, you just don't know where you can go necessarily. It's easy to like miss stuff on the dragon levels. So we have all the money, we just need 2 wraith stones now. Oh. Oh, maybe they're here. Oh my, guys just infinitely spawned. Aha! Yeah, we have a few new skins now. Yeah, the Conqueror one looks sick. You have to like master the weapon to get that one though, I think. Okay, well that's one Wraith Stone. But we still need a second. So that's the question, where do we get the second Wraith Stone? Clearly it's not down here. I guess there's another secret with the dragon somewhere. I mean, it has to be another secret with the dragon. We just need to find it. That's the final emitter. This is where we loaded in. This is like the start. This is the start of the level. Pretty sure. Isn't it? Yeah, we were here before. I don't... You're just guessing? You have a gray symbol unchecked? Yeah, I tried to figure out how to get there before. But I couldn't. See, the thing is, the gray symbol that's unchecked is the boat, which we've already got. We already ran through here. I think it's just like a bug or something. See, now it's marked. Maybe over here? Oh, wait a sec. Lost you. Oh shoot! Nice. Alright, yeah, this is it. I see it! It's a battle arena? Oh yes. Holy. Believe we are... I think we're 100% now. Let's see. Looks good. It's nice that you don't have to finish the mission. You can just exit. All right, guys, look at this. Look at the 100%. Oh my god, isn't it beautiful? All right, level 15. Hold on, I will be back in 1 sec. Let me go grab a little snack. Okay.
Oxygen levels depleting.
Underwater?
Creed Maker. Signal lost. Commander Thera. Signal detected.
My favorite snack? Oh, I have no idea. Nachos are pretty good. Chips and guac, pretty solid too. Nachos is a snack. Well, I mean, depends. I would consider it a snack food in a way, yeah. I wouldn't consider just nachos to be like filling for lunch. I guess it depends. Alright, what do we want to get here? Demons damaged by the Ravager drop Skull Crusher ammo. This gun is so good. Sure, I'll get it. The Heaven Splitter is super strong. Oh, what's this? Stun duration of the shield saw? Yeah, why not? Yeah, the rocket is maxed. Melee only as possible. I mean, if you consider parrying as melee, then yes. Sure it is. Well, unless there's some fights where you maybe can't hit with the melee, I don't know. There's a bunch of loot over here. Also, I need to stun 8 or more demons with Heaven Splitter, parry Kako demons. Okay. Well, we can't get over there. think this area is gonna activate later on or something. Not really sure. Oh man, I'm so greedy. Grab it! Man, this gun is so good. We're on chapter 15, I believe. Certain gates in the cosmic realm are locked with cosmic eyes. To open these gates, align the frame with the cosmic eye and then shatter the frame with your shield saw. That's cool.
The Old One has returned. Woe to all who stand before him.
Whoa, that was really weird. That transition, that tripped me up. What the heck? careful. Oh, I see it. Wait, where am I? Oh. Can't go that far. Hold on, we can definitely. Why does it have to teleport me all the way back every time? Okay, maybe we don't try that. Oh, you can just drop down. Huh? Oh. Did not realize I could go in that at first. Okay, we still haven't completed any of the challenge. Maybe in here. What the heck is that? Oh no, is that the third melee weapon? Red mace. Oh, shoot. Red mace delivers massive damage to your target and nearby enemies. It has a max of a single charge and will refill your guns to full ammo capacity on hit. Dang. Picking up melee ammo will reduce the charge time. Cool. Oh yeah, that is pretty strong. There was a lot of melee gloves in here. I probably could have spammed it a bit more. I think the super shotgun's fine. I haven't been using it that much, though. Is this stream an ad? Yeah, I'm currently sponsored, or I'm partnered with GeForce to play the new Doom on. Wait, do I got sent a 5090, so I'm showing off DLSS with 4x frame gen on the 5090. You can see I'm at almost 400 FPS right now. Yeah, you guys can get Doom along with 50 series products using the link at the top of the chat by typing !GeForce. Can't see the FPS, it's okay. That's just for me, anyways. What am I missing here? the? I don't think you can increase the font size of the FPS through Steam. Could be wrong though. Oh, right. Wait a sec. Wait, what? Hold on. I missed something back here. Unless... Well... I don't know. I don't see any eyeball to... I don't know, this is so confusing. I feel like I can't get there yet. I think. At least, I don't know. I don't see anything. Where's the enemies, man? Did I bug it? They're afraid of me. Somebody like stuck? We might actually have to reload. guy's position is so awkward. Yeah, I think it was that guy. Wait, maybe he was like in the air and I just didn't see him. This definitely seems better now. Damn. Something hit me from behind. Oh, I got a checkpoint here? Really? Okay. I'm surprised, but I'll take it. Oh yeah, I need to use my frickin' melee. We're not doing a good job at finishing these challenges, though. No, I'm just at 100% speed.
Our covenant with the Dark Realm is sealed. Now, their strength is our own.
What? Is this just on like a really slow timer? Or every time I hit it, it switches it? Oh, okay. See where this goes, I guess. Ah, okay. I don't... Wasn't I able... Like, I was able to just make it there, wasn't I? Oh, wait, actually, I don't know if I could. Oh, no, you can't. Okay. I see. Yeah, no, you have to do that. I was thinking you didn't actually need to do that puzzle. So. I was wrong, though. Okay, so we're back here. Oh no. Oh, is this just open now? Convenient. Anyway, we don't want to do that because it says point of no return. I don't know, Slackery. I would hope that you're not... I mean, my guess is the speedrun will just be tied to the difficulty settings and you can't change the settings, right? So like, if you choose Nightmare difficulty, you just play on the settings that Nightmare difficulty is set with, you know what I mean? Maybe there will be like a category for like unlimited game speed or something, but... Well, by unlimited, I mean, like, 150%, you know, you just set it to whatever you want. I don't think there's anything we missed. Hopefully. I think using this is going to take us up. What the? They destroyed the wall the moment. Hopefully there wasn't anything out there. We're on chapter 15, I believe. Oh, what's up, Domo? Oh yeah, now that you're here, I just remembered I said I would respond to you and then I didn't. I'm sorry, Domo. How do I activate this thing? It's been fun. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I saw you, we were watching you play. Oh, does that activate the... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was enjoying watching you play It Takes Two. I can't wait to see your guys' reaction to, like... I don't know, there's a very memorable part of the game. I'm sure you will know what I'm talking about when you get there. It Takes Two is so good. You guys better finish it. Yeah, no, it's really good. I like it way more than Split Fiction, personally. Yeah, this game has definitely been, like, slowed down a bit. Oh, wait, how do I get... actually get up there? Well, the problem is the challenges are kind of hard to do. I don't know. I guess maybe there's something that will launch me over there. What even just happened? Yeah, I don't think oh, there's something over there. I don't know. There's got to be a way. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is somehow going forward will take me back there. Just don't want to miss. Don't want to miss anything. We've gotten 100% so far. Not stopping now. There's gold over there. Have you ever played Doom, Domo? Not your vibe, personally. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, there we go. Nice. Oh my. Luckily, falling off a ledge like isn't even a bad thing in this game. Oh, hello. Oh no. Fine. It's fine. It's not fine. You know what? Just die, man. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, the parry window is very forgiving. Let's try this again. It's annoying when they do this attack, because you can't really, like... I don't think you actually... Okay, I was blowing myself up with the rockets. Alright, you know what? I'm busting out the big guns. I'm busting out the skull gun. big man. Oh shit. No, dude. I'm so greedy, dude. Like I'm relying on them getting stunned, and then they manage to get the one hit off. Again, dude. No. Dude, no way! Oh my god, I spawn in and he just instantly hits me before I can even react. Spawned right on top of him. He's like, this arena is so tiny. Man, these guys are so tanky too. This is actually this is like a brutal arena right here. That's not good. Something is just like destroying me right now, and I don't know what it was. It was just hitting me non-stop there. And we still haven't done any of the challenges here. Oh boy. Well, it's okay. Skill issue, yeah, true. I jump to the money. Oh. We gotta go around. Okay, we gotta get down there and then we can jump up, I guess. What do we want to get? I honestly might wait. See if we get another new gun soon. He fell out of the map and he never stopped falling. Yeah, well, he probably bypassed, like... I mean, there's zones that the dev has put in to respawn you back in bounds. You know, to detect that the player has fallen off the map, and I guess he just flew far enough or fell in a weird spot where there wasn't one. Activate the portal. Did I miss something? I guess we'll go down this way first. I think I missed something. Where the heck even am I right now? I'm so confused. How do I go? How do I go back? Huh? Isn't this the start of the level? I don't know, I'm blind, I guess. Am I dumb? Dude, where? What? How do I get back? Where are you trying to go? At fucking anywhere. What's up, end boss? I think something bugged, guys. I don't know. Or maybe I'm forgetting. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. Maybe I needed to activate the portal, and because I didn't do that, it like messed it up. Oh, there's a skull down here. You know, I gotta say though, I kind of miss the like buffs, like the berserking and the, I don't know, like, well, that was an Eternal, right? Where you could get like the temporary buffs. Quad damage, yeah, those, yeah, it's unfortunate that they don't have that anymore. I never really thought about that until just now, but it was fun when you got those. Not sure how I'm meant to get up there. Probably a jump spot or something. See, wait, this portal isn't on. That is so weird. What is going on? Well, this isn't a point of no return, so it's fine, I guess. Wait, what? What? Are you kidding me? What is going on? What just happened on this level? I don't, dude, I swear that there was like some bugs going on that level. Why was the portal turned off there? That was so strange. The first time that portal worked.
Oxygen levels depleting.
We didn't get the challenges done either.
lost. Commander Thera, signal detected.
Wait, we're... This is where the... I'm so confused by this level. Do you get? Oh wait, you drop down here? Ah. What was the challenge? Oh, I got it. What are the... These are the Kako demons? I didn't even realize. Okay. Plans to play Ultra Nightmare? Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't want to play the 2X mod for DS2 as well. Or like start messing around with that a bit.
One has returned. Woe to all who stand before him.
Is that not? Is it the giant one? Wait, no, this isn't. This mace is like so strong, actually. Yeah, I haven't really been using the super shotgun that much. I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of really strong, like all the weapons are pretty strong in their own ways. I don't know, the super shotgun doesn't feel that strong. At least not for breaking armor anyways. I probably shouldn't have used that. That's the guy right there. Shit. Will there be another one? I might want to reload. Okay, no, yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna big crossbow this guy. Oh wait, I think I killed the Kako demon. Damn it! Hello? You're kind of creeping me out, man. How do I parry this guy? Dude, are you kidding me? Oh my, okay. That is so fast. Dang it, I killed the guy. Dang it, dude. Okay, he's still alive. I ran into... Just die, man. Nice. Alright.
Covenant with the Dark Realm is sealed. Now, their strength is our own.
Oh, did I? Oh, yeah. I don't know how I missed so much stuff on this level, man. I felt like... And then the portal at the end baits you, because it doesn't actually show you. I never got this gold up here. The NVIDIA GeForce stuff an ad? Yeah, I'm partnered with GeForce for this stream. Well, for part of this stream to advertise that they that you can get this game, Doom: The Dark Ages, the premium edition, along with a purchase of select 50 series products. You can check it out by clicking the link at the top of the chat or typing !GeForce. Okay, this took us up, right? Like, I can't get up here. Well, we're still missing $20. Oh yeah, that was when I busted through the wall and I was like, oh, I hope there's nothing back there that I missed. And there actually was. Oh, man. Go figure. Go figure. Can we just see gold on the map? Yeah, there's gold over there. I tried jumping down here before, but I wasn't able to.
Activated.
Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Oh, that was so quick. Alright. Let's try to get the collectibles this time without ending the level by accident. Okay, so there's something I can hit here. The shield to activate this. I got baited so hard by this. Well, actually, I guess when you look on the map, it does show that it's the end of the level. It just didn't show in-game for some reason. Sometimes it does. What's up, Bach? I don't know. Yeah, well, I accidentally beat the level, Bach. I went through the portal not realizing it would end the level. So now I had to redo it. Oh, it is here. You know, I was wondering. Wait, is it? I was wondering if there was something here. I saw this before. Aha. I think we are on track, chat. Well, kind of. The thing is, the portal here still doesn't work. Maybe you have to get this money at the start of the mission. And I just missed it, I guess. So I can't jump across here anymore. And I'm pretty sure I need to be over there to jump to this spot. I was trying to jump it, but that didn't seem like it was possible. It's like from over here. Alright, well... hopefully we can just do this at the start and I missed something else again, I guess.
Oxygen levels.
We gotta go through the water again, dude. Oh! Dang it, man.
Creed Maker. Signal lost. Commander Thera. Signal detected.
We already restarted. Well, the start of the level is right there anyways. Like, as you can see, you just spawn here at the gate. The money is just right here. There we go. Done.
Two cosmic relics detected nearby. Collect both to proceed.
It's a big guy. What did that do? Oh, to open this. Did that guy have a shield up? That was actually a really weird death. I don't know what happened there. It's like the enemy wasn't attacking me properly. Overkill. Can you break this thing? I don't think so. Tell where this frickin' thing's going. Stop fucking teleporting, you bitch! Dang it. Oh no. It's so rough when the Kako Demon's doing that purple attack, you just like can't hurt it. Because the thing is, projectiles, all the projectiles are just like walls. So you can't shoot through projectiles. Oh, it makes it kind of tricky sometimes. Why is this guy so tanky anyways? I wonder if you could bypass the shields with the BFC. Probably not. Might be a little too OP, I guess. Where's the real one? The melee is so good. The whatever this thing is called. Yeah, I really like the skull gun. Oh yeah, I think Balk asked earlier what my favorite gun was. I don't know if I answered though. I think I got distracted. I doubt he's here anymore, but yeah, probably the skull gun's probably my favorite. I don't know, I like the ball and chain one too. Didn't really use it at all during that fight, but it's pretty cool.
It is now. No longer shall we be shackled to a dying cosmos.
Totally balanced gun, yeah. There are still glory kills, kind of. Whoa. Is this... What the heck is this? Oh, wait, I see. sure if I did that quite right, but you know, works. I wonder if there's anything else though. Probably not. What the? Nailed it. Oh shoot. Okay, dude. Shrine here? Nice. Get the Dread Mace upgrades. Successful parrying a Hell Surge attack when the Dread Mace is charged will grant you an additional attack. Oh wow. Okay, that's OP. That's OP. I'm gonna wait. I might get another weapon. Maybe I won't. I don't really know. I don't have a second class for the ball and chain weapon, so assuming there's a second class for everything, then I'm gonna wait. What's my game speed? I'm just on normal. Oh, shoot. I never marked. Kill 20 or more demons with a single shot. Oh, shoot. Okay. Two shots. There we go. god, look at how much damage that does. That's crazy. That weapon is so strong. It's cracked. And if I grab this, it's not gonna like end the mission, right?
Both relics acquired. Proceed to the central lift.
Okay. Not sure I understand how to get that open. On. Let me up. Let me up. Wait, I see it. That I don't actually really know what I was supposed to do here. Can I get it from this angle? Oh. Yeah, okay. Okay. Made that a little bit more complicated than it needed to be. Something over here. Money. Oh my god, am I going in a circle? Wait, am I? God, I don't feel so good. Okay. What is happening? I'm not... Am I... You just have to turn around, I think. Can't like drop into a hole here, can I? Wait a sec. Is there a hole that I can Alright, did we get almost everything? There's some tiny bit I missed over here. Huh? What is that? Oh my god. What is this? This level is a freaking trip, dude. There's got to be a blue thing somewhere for me to throw my shield at. There has. Unless... Oh. There we go. Oh, that opened the upper door. Cool little puzzle. All right, what is this hunter challenge? Destroy, oh, the wolf statues. Right. So we need to find, there's still 3 wolf statues that we haven't found. Oh, and there's a wraith stone. Where? Nothing else? Nope. Alright, 2 more wolves. Where have I not been, though? I guess they could be hidden. Probably not that hidden, though. I guess the goats are I'm not sure if the wolf statues can be anywhere. Oh man. I assume they're probably pretty close to the... Also there's... Are there leaders here? What does this button do? All right. Okay. Only listens to you if you're subbed. Yeah, true. Wait, I think I see it. Oh wait. This is the tunnel. Got it. And I think we got everything. Oh, I like how it, oh my gosh.
Stars bleed and the void calls.
Walking on it takes you down automatically. Can't go back up. That's fine. We got everything. What is this? Oh, right. What the? That was cool. And these levels have been taking me a lot longer. Also because I've had to go back and like replay the levels because I messed up. This time we got 100% though, I'm pretty certain. You dead? Get him. Oh. Jesus. It's kind of scary. Hey, Madrog, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Thank you very much. All right. %. Nice. The Temple of Lamarith. Oh yeah. Here, I'm gonna take the overlay off the stream since the sponsor's been over for a bit, but I guess just to tell you guys one more time, I was partnered with NVIDIA, or well, we were sponsored by NVIDIA to promote that you basically can get Doom alongside select 50 series products on their website. You can check it out by clicking the link at the top of the chat or by typing !GeForce. Yeah, thank you so much, NVIDIA, for sponsoring the stream. Change the title back now and get rid of the overlay. Yeah, we were playing with DLSS on with 4x frame gen. You know, I wonder if I set it to 100% sharpness. Whoa. Like a sharp. What is the? Do you want to be that sharp? I don't know. Probably not. That was kind of sketchy. my god. This is so scuffed. Dude, I just can't, like... You can't... When you go in... Need to focus here. Oh, I don't have my shield back. Oh, this is... Everything is horrible. Oh, dude, I can't. All right, pretty clean. Okay, sorry, what I wanted to say before I started panicking there, it's, whenever you charge in on the big guys, I don't know what they're called. I'm so bad with the names of the enemies in this. What is it, actually? The big guys with like the cannons. Oh yeah, Mancubus. Yeah. The Mancubus, these guys, whenever you charge in on them, they do this like stomp, but you can't parry the stomp because it comes out so like too fast. Oh no, did I miss something back there? Oh shoot. Pretty sure we just got a checkpoint when we went through the... Oh, no. Oh, nice. Oh, so saved. You don't shoot right away? Okay, yeah. Maybe that's... Maybe I was shooting them. I had a feeling I missed something. Whoa! Let's see. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm just greedy and I always go for a shot. Can probably get a shot off with some guns. Oh, okay, now we have the extra attack. For some reason, I was thinking I had that already. In the effective shock. Oh, nice. No, you don't have to recollect everything. Yeah, just the missing stuff. Guess we have to go under the water to get there. Oh yeah, let me mark the challenges. Oh, it's pretty straightforward. You pretty much get them for free. We're full on BFC ammo too. That was quite the air we got there. He almost launched me back up the previous spot. I'm enjoying the game a lot. I mean, the gameplay's a lot of fun. I think the soundtrack is still like, I think the soundtrack's still okay. There's been a few that have been good. I mean, it's not, I guess it's not as good as like Eternal or 2016, but it's still pretty good, I think. Whatever, man. Thought I'd be able to heal up there. Okay. I tried to melee, but I guess that was a dumb idea. I thought I could just, like, smash through that. Why did wait, did it just automatically equip the big cannon? I feel like that gun just is back there. What the? That's a fun fight. Yeah, the new melee weapon is so freaking good. It's a bit slow, but it is very good. I don't know, I would like to try Ultra Nightmare in this game, but I also I want to do the DS2 rando. So we'll see. I mean, we already finished the DS2 rando, but like because like once Night Rain is out, I'm gonna be busy with Night Rain, obviously, for like, well, hopefully a while. So, I don't know. I feel like it's a good time before Night Rain to try out the 2X rando, since I went out of my way to commission it and everything. Oh, shoot. What? Wait, was there money in the ship that I swam through? Did I freaking miss it? Oh, maybe no, you can actually get in there. Hold on. Heck. This is so confusing. It's kind of dark here too. It's like hard to see. Oh, maybe I just go in here? What the fuck? What is that sound? That is really weird. There's like a giant portal in the air. What? Through the water that you entered? I don't think you can go that. This part isn't under. Oh, you mean... here? What's up, Kyle? Yeah, let me get rid of the pin as well. Alright guys, well... Oh, wait a sec. No. I'm so confused, man! Where... How the fuck do I get here? Maybe I need to go through the portal? It doesn't say that I can't come back. Maybe I actually need to go in the portal? There's a... I think I need to activate this. Oh. Yeah, any backseaters in the chat? Anybody know what to do? Come on, backseaters, it's your time to shine. Come on. There's 3 of these jump pads. Where the heck? This is the most confusing. I feel like I have to go through the portal. I also need to use the restroom, so you know what? I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, there's circles in the air, but I can't... I don't know, they're all like turned off except that one. I don't know. I'll be back in a sec. And go get some water. Larks is using my 4090, except she's still playing on 60 FPS. I was like, girl, what the hell? Oh. Dude, playing on like 60 FPS for FPS games really does not feel good. Like imagine playing CSGO on 60 FPS. Like, ew, no. He doesn't have a 60 hertz monitor. Well, but funny enough though, like the last time I was on Larks' computer, she had 60 hertz on as well. Like she had, I'm sure she's not the only one. It's like a, she has like a 144 hertz monitor, but it was set to 60. I was like, I fixed it for her though. What did that do? I mean, 60 FPS is fine. It's just, it really does feel a lot smoother when you start getting to like 120. Like 120 feels so good for an FPS game anyways. Like you really can tell. At least, but you need a... Like if you don't have a high refresh rate monitor, then being higher than 60 FPS will make no difference. Or like, well, that's not completely true. You could still, even if your monitor is 60 refresh rate, well, no, is it true? I don't know. Now I'm starting to doubt myself. I'm not sure. Oh, there's an item in here. 240 hertz monitor. I don't know. 144 feels okay for me personally, but then again, I haven't. Wait, do I need to? Be a lower input lag. Right, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Maybe there's an eye somewhere that I can use on that. Oh, let me double check my displays now. I'm kind of curious. Maybe I don't know, maybe when I plugged in the 5090 it changed something. It feels like I'm on high refresh rate, but double check. Yeah, I'm on 144. I was like 99% sure. Oh. Kinda looks like you could jump into it. And alright, I don't know. I think we might just have to go forward to unlock this or something. What the? Wait, no, I didn't want to fall down. Oh, it's a secret. Never mind, I did want to fall down. Oh, it's here. The spot we were looking for. Yeah. Alright. Go figure. What the heck was that? Oh my god. No way, dude. No way. Oh, come on. Just insta slashes me. Wait, what? I mean, is there any... No, I guess... And this is a long one. This one's actually kind of messed up. Yeah, the super shotgun is pretty freaking good. At least once you get the final upgrade for it, it seems like it gets a lot stronger. I get... Oh, nice. I can jump up.
Gravitic anomalies detected.
Yeah, the super shotgun is crazy, actually. It's like so much stronger now. Oh, do not. Okay, we do not want to go that way. I still don't understand this one. I'll get it. Unless I'm actually supposed to drop in from above, but no, that doesn't really look. There's got to be some angle where you can hit. You can hit the eye. Oh my god, it's just right here, dude. Fuck's sakes. I'm so blind. I swear I was looking over there and I just didn't see it. Dude, we still have these challenges. Wait, what? 3 on... Oh, shit. Can I even go? Oh, no. I don't even know if I can go back there. Hey, Garfield, thank you for the 30 months. No. And the underwater part was at the start, so we can see if we can go back, but if we can't, that's fine, honestly. I don't know. I think... we need to beat the level and then come back Because clearly there's some underwater stuff we missed. Unless there's more underwater stuff here. Which I guess might be possible, but... yeah. I don't know. Does anybody know, actually? It doesn't look like there's any other water to explore here. Well, oh wait, maybe it's just deeper in the level. I thought this was the end of the level, but I guess we still have quite a bit of stuff missing, so... maybe we're actually fine. I think we're probably fine. This place is pretty cool. Hope there's no loot here. Doesn't look like it though. And there's two of them. Tried to parry that.
life signal locked on. She is inside the temple.
Oh, underwater here? Oh. Whoa. What the? What's even going on? My golden guns. Can I go this way? Need a key. Wait. There's a ruby in there. I think we're gonna have to come back though. Unless... Oh shit, here we go again with this. Mind fuck levels. Hello? I really just... Okay. And we're back. Ooh. Oh, there's a key up there. Apparently.
Prepare the sacrifice. The beast approaches.
Is that it? Gotta be somewhere. Hmm. This weapon's so strong. There's got to be some angle where you can do the eye thing. There it is. We're missing $8 and one more secret? Something? Is there another key location? Dude, I missed a collectible somewhere. I don't think it's here either. Shit. No, man. Could it be in the... Well, yeah, the challenge is to find 3 underwater secrets, so it's got to be underwater, but... I mean, oh wait, maybe this is it. I thought this is where I came through before, but maybe it's not? No, it is. Unless there's something else down there. There is. Maybe I missed a secret right at the beginning. Because I did kind of rush one of the beginning underwater sections. I don't know, it feels like we got everything here, to be honest.
Alert. Unknown entity approaching.
Holy. God damn it, dude. 98%. Why? Why? Alright, let's see if there's anything at the start, I guess. Yeah, it's unfortunate you can't go backwards.
Location unknown. No reference data available.
Is this level annoying? I mean, no, it's fine. It just sucks when you're like I'm literally just missing one thing. Probably shouldn't use those, but I don't really care. Hit the frickin' armor, dude. There it is. And I had a feeling I missed something right at the start. Well, that didn't take that long, at least. That's okay. We did it. Belly of the beast. Man, I'm freaking hungry. I want some dinner.
You have been ingested. Vital signs stable. Major organ located.
belly now. I'm shocked I died there. I don't know what even hit me, actually.
Major organ located.
Damn, the super shotgun does so much damage. I wonder if I could make it look even better though for you guys. I just had it on specific settings for the... Is DLAA like the best looking one? Actually, no. Map doesn't look quite correct here. Sorry, I'm opening the map so much. I don't know, it's... You can like get a lot of momentum going off of some ledges. Wouldn't be surprised if it was actually possible just to like jump up into this hole. Right. Positioning. Maybe you could even get a ledge grab. Oh. Never mind, that's awkward. I was like, oh, I see a green glow. Oopsies. Whoa. Oh my god. Wait, what are the challenges for this? Cosmic Baron Demons? Optional encounter in the stomach. The heck? Oh. Oh. That acid kind of hurts. Dude, why is this cutscene so loud? What the heck? I felt like that was pretty loud anyways. And I see the tentacle. No, I really don't want to use a life sigil. I tried to melee him, man. That was chaotic. Or more? Am I in combat or? Is that it? Oh. That's like the combat door, I thought. I don't see anybody. Maybe they're up ahead. There we go. God, I can't. Okay. There we go. I was tanky. Oh, man. Holy crap, man! I am just getting destroyed. Maybe I should have just used BFC. Dude, they're so tanky. Oh my goodness. A poison swamp? Yeah, basically. Okay, never mind. That was dumb. I didn't have enough health to tank that. I was hoping he would have done like melee attacks, but he didn't. Guy was tanky. The melee is really good against him. Dude. I don't know how I feel about the shredder. It doesn't feel like it's that strong. Let's just pull out the super shotgun for this fucking guy. Boy. Does that guy have a flag? What's up, Culture Ninja? Something back this way. I have no idea how to get through here. I need to like, oh. Oh, there we go. It is funny how looking up is like the last thing you do most of the time. It is quite true. Alright, I think we got all the secrets here. What the? I need to parry Cosmic Baron. Who the hell is Cosmic Baron? I guess we can check the codex. It's these guys, isn't it? Wait, no. Bit bigger? Okay. Yeah, we just need the challenge done, that's it. I don't know if we're gonna be able to fight one of those guys though.
Vera's signal is surrounded by enemy targets.
A big staircase. Oh, come on, whatever. I just used the BFG, so... Oh, this is the guy. I don't want to kill him. Shit. This is the hardest difficulty? Yeah. Well... yes and no. I can't be bothered to explain.
Her energy is too powerful. Even for you. The Sentinels know so little about themselves. She has the spirit of an ancient Sentinel god within her. A wraith who are descendants of this realm. Here, her energy becomes fully realized. And it can be harnessed. We should kill him. We'll need something more permanent. Etrigos, Zaraf, Maziker.
Arbor of Souls.
The Creed came back, alone.
And the Slayer.
Nothing.
Get him on. Bishop Creed. Where is Thera?
The Slayer came, and there was a struggle. We should leave. Now.
Everyone out, now.
He does kind of look like Guts, a little bit.
Brutal, without mercy. But you will be worse. Rip and tear, until it is done.
He said the thing. If only the soundtrack was going crazy alongside it. Imagine they like did another rendition of Rip and Tear for this part. That would have been dank. Oh. Oh dear, oh dear. Boom guy is pissed.
Attempting to connect to Sentinel network.
That's pretty sick. Oh, what the? Alright.
Signal detected. A beacon is emanating from the mortal plane. Scanning. Vessel located.
I don't know. I still feel like I'm gonna get one more weapon, but maybe I'm not. I don't know. I'm like pretty close to the end of the game, so just there's no secondary weapon for the chain shot class. I feel like I don't know. I'm probably gonna get it, so I'm kind of just holding out on that. What the? Maybe it's the BFG. I think the BFG is replaced with the crossbow, though. There's no way to like get back when enemies knock you away. Purple attack on the ground that killed me, I guess. I don't know. Can't tell. at 0 health. Is the game just feeling bad for me now? What's going on? No, it's not feeling bad. All right, dude, I'm done. All right, we can't go over here. Like, I think the wraiths are constantly summoning something beneath me, which is killing me. I can't tell what's killing me, but I think that's what it is. It's this fucking guy. Oh my god, I shouldn't have went back in there. Damn. They're so annoying. Oh my gosh. They're called. Like up on the ledge and I can't get up there. Man, I don't want to redo this fight again. just get it over with. I sound weird. I don't know. I guess my PC was having issues for a sec. Not really sure. Blue skull. Oh, the skull's up there. I don't think I can jump up there right now. Plus maybe you can do some... Am I zombified? Because I fell into a pit of acid and my face melted off. Need the blue key. Whoa, what the? No, dude, I tried to block, but I think I pressed it too early, so it didn't go through. Can you not take out the turret? I don't know, maybe you can. Dead. That was awkward. We check the challenges. Nope. Shield guys are so tanky sometimes. Kind of surprising how strong they can be. How do I get in there? Oh. Right here? Well, you start the mission in Berserk, so that's easy at least. Well, if you want it to be faster, you can just crank up the game speed. If you really desire that. Yeah, you could definitely play on controller. That was easy. Whoa. Okay, dude, what the heck? And this stage is frickin' is long. Well, we're gonna get the blue key now.
Arcane totem identified. Rerouting to next objective.
Arcane totem. Boy. Og. I died real fast. Almost got our max HP. 200. Looks like oh, the blue key lets me go here. I guess you needed the blue key. I don't think I could get up there. Oh, shit. I think I can go back down. I fucking hope so. Maybe not here, but I think it loops back around. Oh, you actually can go back down. Okay. Wait, I have to go up the elevator, I think, guys. I don't even think I can get back from here. Well, no. I can go all the way back around, I guess. The way I went the first time. Alright, there's... The red key takes you over there. Can't jump up that way. All of this for like 5 gold. Whatever. Yeah, we're on chapter 19. Yeah, we're gonna be coming back anyways after we go up the elevator, so honestly, I don't think I needed to do that right now, but it's okay. It's fine. There's 22 levels total. The super shotgun more, it's so good. It felt kind of weak until I got the upgrade for it. Once you get the Wraithstone for it, it frickin' slaps. I got it. We need to kill a lot of enemies. So this is just kill enemies while under Berserk, okay. There's two enemies? Did I not kill? Oh, man. Well, maybe there will be another Berserk moment later. I don't know. That's okay. We can finish that challenge right at the start of the mission if we need to. There's like a berserk right when you spawn, so it's okay. Hopefully I didn't miss anything back there. No, we're good. Thing is really not great single target. Combat better than the previous games? Subjective. I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot. It's not as like fast-paced as Eternal. You don't have quick swapping. Just that alone, you know, slows down the game quite a bit, but yeah, it's fun. I'm having a good time with it. And then once we're done with Doom Eternal, we're probably gonna go back to the DS2 rando. Or, sorry, once we're done with Dark Ages, I meant. Yeah, so I commissioned the creator of the DS2 rando to make double boss and enemy randomizer, and he released it like a day or two ago. So definitely want to I want to do that before Night Rain comes out. Open world Doom? I don't know, maybe. What the? Finishing the side stuff in Expedition 33. I don't know, maybe. Couldn't really tell yet. I might do it, I might not. I don't know. $5090 can handle DS2, yeah, maybe.
Final totem obtained.
Is the red door key backwards? Can't remember if there was one back. I can't go back that way anyways. Oh, I'm in combat. Actually not able to go back. Maybe not. Or actually I can't. Oh no, I can't. It's right here. Oh, I can't jump back up though. Whoa, whoa, whatever. I do kind of miss the quick swapping though at times, I will admit. Surprised there's not anything down there. I don't know how to respond to your question, Z Megatron, without being a complete asshole, to be honest. So I'm just gonna time you out. Yeah, the challenges count towards 100%. Just making sure I didn't. Okay, so this goes back. This goes back toward the red key area. And I tried to melee. I thought I could just one-shot straight into the attack, but we're like right here. Oh, okay. This is the red key door. I mean, it looks like we got everything, I believe. I don't know, man. This game is really long. I feel like doing this game in Ultra Nightmare is going to be kind of a... Well, I don't know. I mean, I say it's long, but like if you actually practice the levels and know exactly... Like, I'm going for 100% and I'm trying to grab all the loot. If you're actually just trying to speedrun it, because I mean, on Ultra Nightmare, you're not gonna go for like 100%. Or I mean, you can. Some people do Ultra Nightmare 100%, but yeah, I mean, you're probably just gonna rush through each stage as much as you can.
Payment required. Vessel scanned. Routing to bridge.
I don't know though, we're still missing 74 coins, which seems like a lot. Maybe I did miss something else, I don't know. I'm kind of concerned now, to be honest. Well, we'll see. Maybe it's fine. That's bad.
Vessel scanned. Routing to bridge.
Use Berserk? Was there a Berserk? Dude, you have to. This is a long battle.
Routing to bridge.
Like really long. Jesus. Berserk makes you hit pretty hard. Jeez. Do not have enough money though. Well, we still didn't get the third chest, the dragon horde, so the money might be here. Might be okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna get the money here. How do I get... Oh, it's at the bottom of the elevator. What's up, Pod? Good morning. See the chest. It's the last 50 gold. Dude, these invisible enemies, they're pretty rough. You by the time you see them, it's always too late. Feels like. Maybe I need to fall down here? Nice. Still missing, oh yeah, one collectible, but that is right there. Perfect. Oh, we gotta climb this, I think. Yeah, super shotgun's really good once you get the final upgrade, I realized. It's hard for me to remember to use all the different guns though, but yeah, super shotgun seems like one of the best. At least once you have the upgrade to make it shoot like extra projectile or whatever. Are there no trials? I think that's what the challenges are, kind of, but yeah. The challenges aren't really as... they're quite as difficult. Yeah, I mean, both Ravagers are good. The widespread Ravager is nice because it gives you movement speed, which the other one doesn't. I don't know, all the guns are decent in their own ways. Looks pretty dead. Yeah, he's pretty dead. Oh, oops. Too angry to die, yeah. Accurate, actually. Oh, damn. Flashbang. Oh, that's actually... you get an achievement, Too Angry to Die. Nice. Alright, 3 more levels left, chat. Resurrection. The Slayer, having broken through the gates of hell, looks now to bring justice to all who have wronged him. Yeah, there's moments where I feel like the music is alright. It's decent. It's not as memorable as like Eternal or 2016, but only 3 more chapters. Don't be sad. I may consider trying Ultra Nightmare. I do want to do the DS2 rando though, the 2X. Thought we're going straight to speedrunning it. I don't know. It's gonna be a pretty long run. Well, maybe not. I mean, you can just clip through walls. So I don't know.
I'm going back.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Night Rain as well. I love the cutscene in Eternal when he's like walking through the facility.
Creed just surrendered. He's not
Everyone's just like
responding.
freaking out. All the like normal humans. No, we haven't had any new weapons in a while. So the thing is, I feel like there's one more. I'm not asking you guys to tell me, by the way. I'm just there's 2 of each weapon class, but there isn't one for the chain shot. So I feel like there's gonna be one, but maybe not. Using life sigils. Yeah. I mean, that's what they're there for. I could just not use them, but I don't know. Every time I pick them up, like, since I'm 100% in the game, it's like every time I pick them up,
He just took out a siege tower.
they just wouldn't, I wouldn't even be able to pick them up anymore. I mean, I guess you could still pick them up just for completion's sake, but you can only have 3 at a time anyways. Is this like a secret? This area is pretty big. You just need to find them for the secret to count. Oh, okay, I see. This gun is so freaking strong.
Demons are being routed.
More keys. Oh, I need to mark my challenges. Okay, I need to destroy artillery cannons, Hold to circles to teleporter ship. Oh, we're gonna be on the dragon this time at some point. Yes, the dragon. When you like jump against a wall, you can just get so much height sometimes. You can just like climb stuff you're not really meant to. It's a bit silly. Man, this... Like the enemies are AFK. Is that a yellow key card? The other one was something else. Wasn't it blue? Okay. What am I doing? How am I not dead? Dude, I thought, wait, what? I thought I killed that guy, no? I guess I missed. Hey, 35er, thank you for the 14 months. What are my challenges again? Artillery, okay. Is so tanky. Yeah, I'm on Nightmare. Dude, how tanky is this? How tanky is that freaking flying guy? What the hell was that? He was like so low. He just kept tanking everything. That was so weird. What the fuck? It's so fast, that freaking nuke from the, like, I don't even see it. It's just boom. Oh. Is so tanky. Alright, I'm killing this friggin' thing first. Just die, please. Beautiful. That crossbow is the big fucking crossbow. Or the ballistic something crossbow. I don't know. I can't remember what the actual name is, but ballistic force crossbow, yeah. So we need 4 goat wolf statues. Good.
Enemy troops have been obliterated.
Well, I can only use my melee so often is the thing. The melee hits really hard, but oh right, okay, I can't get this. Oh, that's one of the ballistas. The last one is probably close by. Could have been earlier, though I kind of doubt it. Wait a sec, there's like quite a bit of stuff we missed here. Oh, the yellow key is here. Nice. Fine, guys, they're invulnerable. Wait a sec.
Casualties.
How do I get down there? Careful. Oh. Yes, there is. Oh, nice. More ammo. 1 hour left. Oh, what? Until the game releases like officially? So much loot here, dude. Gotta get it all. We need to find the other goat head. Or the wolf head. You know what I mean? Path here. I want to go over here. I had a feeling he might be over here. Where's this thing? I'm just playing like map simulator. This place is just so big. I gotta make sure I'm not missing anything. Looks like there's somewhere oh, what is this? I think I can go down. Door there. Three sigils now. That's quite a lot. Gonna raise the water. Yep. Will I play one life mode? I don't know. Man, these freaking wraiths are so bad. Like, if you just... I don't know where they went. Alright. Something over this way. Oh, we need the blue key for this one. Alright. Well, I'm gonna just spend my Wraith Stones as well, because I don't know if I'm gonna get another weapon or not. I might as well upgrade these. Get one the moment you use them. Accurate. Probably true.
Enemy threat has been eliminated. He's regained
Yes.
control of the battlefield.
Gonna be a blue key around here somewhere. See it. See the blue key. The heck was that? Somewhere up here. Yeah, the Skull Shredder is so good. It's gonna put out the fireballs. Nope. They don't care. These are waterproof fireballs. Where the heck am I going? Nice. What's up, Shio? Back to full BFC. Big fucking clown. No, it's the big fucking cock. Yeah. Oh, there's more money down there. Dang it. Oh, we're here now. Nice. Where are all these guys? Wait, we were here before. I think we got... Oh, we're missing one fight. One collectible. I don't see much that I'm missing. One little pathway we can go down. Doubt there's anything. Now, hopefully whatever we're missing we'll find up ahead. just bullets and death. Yeah, that's kind of what you do in this game. We're gonna jump on the dragon at some point here. Max armor. Oh shit. Still missing one collectible though, man. Where's the collectible? Maybe I'll get it as the dragon. I don't know, man. I feel like
There's one left.
there's a collectible somewhere that I missed, guys. A little sus. Maybe at the... Hold on, let's go back to the start. I don't know. I don't want to have to redo the level, man. Yeah, sometimes you can't see it if you haven't gotten close enough. It could be out, like, over here, maybe? Might be further on. It might be. You're not wrong. Could be. I don't know, because, I mean, this... Yeah, there's probably something on the dragon. I don't know. There's... I mean, unless there's something in this corner here. I guess. It's probably fine. Let's just go.
Ship is powering up.
The Makers won't allow this. The Slayer will decide his fate.
Come on, dude. Give me the green. Yeah, the dragon missions are really weird. Aha. Rip bozos.
It is your duty to protect your creed.
Is that it?
Princess Nick, please, help me. I could still be of service.
Yeah, the dragon and mech sections aren't that long anyways. Come back here. Let me melee you. Alright, let's see. What's the DPS like on this thing? Pretty good.
I only did what was asked of me.
Boss fights in Doom games are never like the difficult part. It's like the arena fights that are the toughest part. Oh shit. Okay. Do I actually need to break the shield? Or is this just a time thing? I wonder, do I have to do both phases? No. Can you really not do enough damage to just like break this or something? Doesn't really seem like it. Dude, that is like such a dumb mechanic. Unless... I think it's like based on parrying him. God, is he doing the walls again? And I got pushed into the... I need to use my melee on him. This boss fight is... I don't know how I feel about this fight. Dude, alright. I just don't, like, he just knocks you around so much. And you can't do anything when he's got his shield up. Just want to stay far back. This gun is so good. Well. Yeah, that's like easily the best gun in the game. For single target DPS anyways.
His power would die with her. I can take you to her.
Ooh, 100%. Nice. Final battle.
It won't be ready in time, sir.
Refueling complete. Royal Atlan online.
Greetings, Atlan comes equipped with a powerful new tier of finisher, Siege Breakers. These can be accessed by completely filling up your combo meter. Siege Breakers can deal massive damage to your primary target and also destroy armor.
Combat mode engaged. Siege breakers are on and online.
That attack is strong. Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm getting kind of messed up. Die. Used. What is this? Oh, shit. That's pretty sick. A big gun. Oh, right, I remember we got this before. I thought it was the sword, to be honest. This minigun is cool. I want like a giant sword. Thought it was a BFG. That would be sick too. Come on. Attack. Yeah, honestly, the punches were killing them faster than the gun was. did not realize you could sprint as the robot. I mean, that makes sense. Just never even thought to try. It's got a cool looking ship. Oh, there we go. That was underwhelming, yeah. I mean, the mech fights have been, like, really easy, so... Can't say I'm that surprised.
I can never rule as king, so long as you are the only one they fear.
Wait, did I not have...
This is true power.
Not, I guess. Phase 2? What the?
Enough of this!
There's so much posture damage. Shit. It's funny that we actually got to see all the spikes I put in him there. What the? My dragon. Get him, Doom guy. You know, I feel like it was kind of just unnecessary for them to do that. Maybe he's not. Maybe like it's not like you play Doom to be like, I'm not even emotional about it. It's just like, alright, well, I guess the dragon's gone. Oh, you have to parry this? Oh, whoops. I really don't like this plasma gun on bosses. It feels pretty bad. I don't know, it's just not that great in general. It charges faster on some targets, I've noticed. Alright, what if I... Dude, the stagger on this is... Cracked. Oh my god. You know, the thing is though, the Skull Shredder or whatever it's called probably would have killed him faster. The Ravager was it, I think? Hey, Gloop and Drip, thank you for the 61 months. Oh no, a lot of the guns are really good. Demon killed my dragon.
It is transmitting now from the
And I am angry.
Fira. Are you all right?
I am.
All right, one more stage. Reckoning. Oh, we're going to hell to kill this guy. Oh, damn. Game should have a 5 NPC maximum. I do think it's a little, like, weird that they're more focused on, like, side characters and stuff in this. I mean, it's whatever. I just don't really care too much for it. Still really enjoying the gameplay, though.
Answer to the slave.
Draw the horde to us!
All right.
Buy him as much time as you can.
Chapter am I on? The final one. Can I drop down here? Purple key, or secret key actually. Okay. Let's not die to the snake now. All I wanted to do was fucking melee, man. I couldn't get close enough. We have a lot of upgrades we can do that we don't really need, but look at them anyways. Mega thrust. Oh no, the stun. The stun on the Heaven Splitter is just so good. Can I get up here? I can't. Oh. That was easy. Easier than I expected anyways. I don't have the special key card though. Can I fight stuff in here? I can't. Time for the OP gun. Oh, good fight. All for a toy. Nice. Toy get. Yeah, this gun is cracked. I don't know how I'm meant to get down below here. Oh wait, it's... Oh, it's here. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, down below is also... Oh, okay. It's also through the key card. Where does this take me? I think we're gonna come back out later anyways. I don't know how much of this is optional or not. I guess we can just explore a little bit more. Yeah, there's another secret door there. This is where I came up before, I believe. Yeah. I think we should just go through this door for now. I think we're gonna come... It'll take us back here. Impatient. Bad. I took a lot of fucking damage there, what the heck? That's so close. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Oh wait, actually, mate. No. It's almost doable. Is there a block that I need to like hit through? I don't... I'm actually, like, stuck. I'm very confused. Must be something I can throw my shield at. I don't get it. I don't actually know. I go over this way? Is there something? I mean, I knew there was like a box somewhere. I just couldn't find it. The real one. What the hell is it, man? Oh. These enemies are rough. Like, there's so much crap on the ground when these enemies are around. I couldn't find the fucking enemy. There's a giant guy that spawned behind. Missed Wraithstone? You mean the Wraithstone that required me to have a purple key to get? Yeah, you're right. I missed it. Oh my god. Super Shotgun is really good. Dude, I should use it more. I don't know. There's so many good guns. Like, honestly, it's kind of like hard to choose. Hard to choose one. fight. I climb up here. Where it's now. Close. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, maybe you need a box there. She wasn't really. I don't think so, though. Oh. God dang it. Well, no, we're gonna have to go back down there anyways, so it's fine, but... I'm gonna go back down there with the key. At this point, we don't really... like, getting 100% is... I mean, obviously we're gonna do it. We're only we only have one level left. Why wouldn't we? Don't really need many of the upgrades anymore. I don't know, if I didn't do 100% though, we would have been done with this game in like one day. Which, I mean, obviously there's potential for like speedrunning, and I could do an Ultra Nightmare playthrough. But I just mean, like, finishing the campaign. I wonder if they planned on having a second class for the chain shot, but it just didn't happen. All demon toys. If you didn't move, like, moving fast is kind of a necessity. do I... Oh, wait, I think I might know. You can drop down. Here. Let's go back down. That's nice. Is there anything straight ahead, maybe? I don't know. This fucking map is confusing. What the? Map is confusing me. Was a purple key door back here somewhere. Even further back. Where the hell is it, man? Wait, seriously, can I not? Oh, no. Now I'm even more confused. I guess I can't. Can't go this way. How the fuck do you get it? Wait, it's like... Have I not done this? Oh, I didn't, I guess. That was easier than I expected. Ah. Okay, there's a rune stone. We need to get the one Wraith Stone. Oh man, I'm so excited for Night Rain, chat. It's gonna be so much fun. I don't know, like, how long, like, you know, it's not gonna be... I think it'll be good fun for like a month. Hopefully longer, but... Dude, I don't know how... Do I have to go all the way around and then drop down? Already thinking about the next new game? Okay. No, I said Ruin Stone, and then I was thinking about... Dude, wait. God, I'm actually I'm confused. I mean, the new bosses are fun to fight. And you can try for a lot of different builds. I don't know. I think Night Rain's gonna be fun for a good while. I don't know how many total Night Lords are there, chat? Have they said? Okay, guys. Not listening in the events. They didn't show us how many there were, and even if they did, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be allowed to say that. Alright, there's just one enemy I need to kill. Looks like... all the content is out. It's going to be 12 to 15 in total. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many different bosses there are. The way I view it is that it's basically just like another Elden Ring DLC, in a sense. Like, we're just getting a bunch of new bosses. I mean, and then on top of that, it's, you know, it's different in the sense there's definitely like, I don't know, there's a good amount of replayability. Well, kind of. I don't know. It's very different, which I'm excited to just try to get good at all the different classes and unlock like try to get cool builds going for all the different classes and everything. I mean, at the end of the day, we're getting what, like 8 to 10 new bosses or something? I mean, based on what chat said. What's up, Arson? Or maybe it's even more than that. I mean, we have no idea. Because, like, the Night Lords are new bosses, but maybe there's new bosses that are just in the, like, map itself as well, you know? I think I saw something where you can actually get Libra. Like, Libra can show up inside the map. Like, even though he's a Night Lord, he can actually be in the he can show up as a world boss during the day. So that's kind of interesting. That was bad. I hate that if you like spam jump, you get like slowed down. It feels so bad. Oh right, the challenges. 2 cosmic Baron demons within 5 seconds of each other. Okay. So greedy. I'm so greedy. I tried to melee there, I shouldn't have though. The melee is just so slow. You gotta wait for like a stagger. Dude, look at my fucking shield, it's getting like... My shield is being constantly consumed by the projectiles of enemies that aren't even close to me. There's like 6 times in a row my shield just hits the projectile. Two big guys. And I need... This enemy is so obnoxious. Like the entire time it's doing that attack, you can't do anything. It's just, you can't hurt it. It's like, alright, I'm just gonna do 3 hits in a row and you can't do anything. It's kind of obnoxious. Run around? The thing is, it has insanely good tracking. You can't run around. Also, what the heck is this? all upgrades. Oh shit. We need to kill 2 of these guys within 5 seconds of each other. There's only one. There was a wraith that spawned behind me, maybe? I don't know. What's that damage? That's big fucking crossbow damage. Dude, I still need to kill 2 of these big guys. It's... What is the challenge again? Kill 2 Cosmic Barons? These guys are like... Was there a double Cosmic Baron spawn earlier in the level? Maybe coming up ahead, I don't know. Where you got the toy, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I turned on like, wasn't there a berserker in that section? It's, yeah, you like can't build charge with this gun on weak enemies. It's like, doesn't work. It's so weird. Oh, maybe there's 2 here though? Maybe a second chance? Maybe if I focus enough of the other units. I just like permanently berserked.
Kill him. Avenge your god.
Kinda hurting here. I don't even know what just happened, to be honest. Surprised they don't give you like a big ammo refill before this fight starts. The stagger damage is so crazy. I guess it's good to apply this. The shocked debuff and take more damage.
Kill him now, as long as I live.
I don't like this.
Can still be resurrected.
Let's switch. Is she dead? The fight.
I command the Horde. Kill me, and this war will never end.
Oh shit. Die. No, you don't. What the? Die. Bam. Severed the head with the flail. Yeah, he probably just ripped it off.
Any word?
No one has seen him since the assault.
We are much better off with him on his own. And you, young sentinel, your father tells me great things about you.
Thank you, sir. The Maker's Church has disavowed all actions taken by the Creed. They give their word he was acting alone, and they'll bring justice to anyone that collaborated with him.
We'll move forward with our own Inquisition, quietly.
It is time to look forward. We will always be a people of faith. But we must consider now who we will put that faith in. And I say to you, there is no better place to turn to than ourselves. This is our home, and we will stand together to the last sentinel to defend it. As we have before, as our ancestors did. As we always will. And lastly, I'll ask you to join me now in paying our respect to him. The people of Argentanur rest easier now, knowing he is out there.
Targets identified.
Oh, here he goes. Rocketing himself. Is that the end? It is. We did it. Nah. Whatever. There's one mission one, the freaking 2 cosmic barons. Whatever, dude. I don't even care. That's horrible. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'd give the game, like, ranking-wise. I think it was pretty fun. I think the dragon and mech stages were kind of like... Honestly, the game could have just done without them, and I don't think I would have cared. They were like, okay, but they really, I don't know. It's not like there was any super, like the gameplay of the mech and the gameplay, there was really no gameplay on the Dragon apart from just like shooting at a ship and landing at a location. And I guess like, yeah, that was basically it. The mech was at least a little bit more involved. It was like you had to dodge, and if you got hit, then you lost your meter. So the mech stuff was, I definitely enjoyed the mech stuff more than the Dragon stuff. I don't know. I'll have to think about it for the day. Can I ask me tomorrow? I think the game's overall pretty good. I mean, I had fun with it. I think my only gripe would be, again, I guess like the Dragon stages were kind of confusing, and I had to redo them a few times because I missed. There's like secret locations you can go to on the Dragon that aren't even marked on the map. So you just have to like explore with the Dragon, which is kind of awkward because you don't really know. I don't know. It's just really, it's kind of confusing. And I mean, the lack of weapon swapping is whatever. They want you to kind of prioritize using like a few different weapons. You know what? I think that they could have done something. I don't know how they could have done it, but I liked what they were going for, where, you know, you need to use a specific weapon depending on what you're fighting. Like, you have the energy shield guys, and if you want to blow up the energy shields, then you need to switch to the energy gun, right? And I feel like they could have had maybe a bit more where enemies have more, like they're weaker to one specific weapon type. I mean, I guess that probably is still true. Like some weapons are obviously better for certain enemies than others. But I think more mechanics to make you utilize all the different weapons might have been cool, but at the same time maybe they didn't want you to have to do that. But they did it with the energy guys kind of. Although you could throw your shield at the energy guys, and it wasn't as good as blowing them up with the gun, but. And also the story, I didn't really care for. I just want to see the Doom guy be a badass and like kill stuff and do cool glory kills. I don't play Doom for like a story, to be honest. The Skull Shredder is really, really good, yeah. You get slowed down when you're using the Skull Shredder, but it kills stuff so fast they don't even really get a chance to like hit you, and you can just parry or block, you know, when you need to, and then yeah, the bosses couldn't even play. Yeah, they get pretty wrecked. I mean, the shredder, or like the pin cushion thing, that gun stunned the bosses pretty quickly too. I feel like the plasma guns felt kind of weak. You could apply the shock debuff to the enemies, I guess, which maybe that's like the main use of it. All these people have been talked about in the codex entries in the previous games. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I guess they've been building up lore and stuff, so they felt more comfortable bringing the characters in. As somebody who's not really read the lore in the previous games and just mainly played them for the gameplay, you know, I don't really know these characters, so it's kind of hard for me to care for them that much. I just had fun just killing stuff.